a little scared there. I thought the game wasn't going to pop up. Anyway. Happy Sunday, everyone. I hope you got your church in you, if you're religious. Or you're playing Monster Hunter, which we will later. I brought back a little PNG avatar of myself. I actually lost him. I couldn't find him, so I was trying to figure out where he was. Turns out he was.
Oh boy.
He was deep in my system, deep inside the annals of data. I had to sweep through, and I found him. Ain't that lovely?
Hello, Sync.
Hey,
Oh,
Wraith.
Slash.
Hey, Wraith. Now, oh my goodness, the lag. Yeah, this is definitely lag on my part. I have to get a graphics card. That'll have to come in like, you know, a year. I don't know if I'm gonna get the 90, 40, 80 $1,000. So we'll see what happens with it.
Just eating lunch.
Yeah,
I
dude.
changed the recipe and it turned out very good.
Started to level Viper a bit, now that Picto is 100 and all caught up.
It's good. I still gotta finish, well, okay, it's technically not finishing off White Mage, but I need to get this to level 90 before I hop on Dancer to get that to level 90, and then after that, I guess I'll, start doing the jobs that I want to do. But let's start this out with the main scenario.
I don't know, I'm bored of 14 ATM, so maybe in December I'll hop on 11 and start over for a bit.
Cheesy chicken, rice, and broccoli casserole.
Bored of 14 already, you're going back to Final Fantasy. That sounds like Argus. He got bored of 14 and went back to 11. Means that he's bored of the modern day MMO and is going back to the subtly upgraded old style MMO. I was thinking about actually doing like a whole entire series where I start over. Start off with Warrior, get that leveled up, then get Monk leveled up. Like eventually I want to get back to my favorite main, which was Rune Fencer. But you can't start out as Rune Fencer. You gotta start out with like the few that you have. I think there was like only 6. That's maybe 6, maybe that's different. But yeah, I was thinking about doing that, thinking about starting over in 11 and then just seeing how 11 is nowadays. Fair opinion though. Yeah, I could see why you'd get bored. It's probably nothing people who aren't doing like, you know, Savage, or they didn't have anything else
Never
running
even
in
played
patch
11.
so never played 11. That's fine. 11 was very niche, came out before World of Warcraft.
Yeah, but now they have master levels and sub jobs are now increased to 59.
Sub jobs are 59? Really? Okay, why not 60? Okay. Trying to read that. Cheesy chicken, rice, and
That's
broccoli
a
casserole.
very
That sounds good.
specific number.
Yeah, I don't know why 59, but like
I say it should be 69.
it should be 69.
Yes.
Should be 69. Of course, it should be 69. Be the nice alternative. Oh, there's a feature in the game. There's a feature on the OBS that I'm gonna try and do, because there's gonna be something in the future that I'm going to do like offhandishly. I decided to actually download a mobile game. Going to have you guys guess what that mobile game is. Go on, guess. What is that? What is the mobile game? Okay, all right. Okay, I'm gonna stop pussyfooting around. So I did download a mobile game that did just come out, and I know you're about to yell at me and be like, did we not learn from Diablo Immortal, right? That's what you're about to say. I know that's what you're going to say. Did we not learn from Diablo Immortal? And you're absolutely correct. I shouldn't be playing any kind of mobile game because every single mobile game is just another trap to get you to spend money. And no, it's not Raid Shadow Legends. This isn't a sponsor. Maybe FF based? Nope, not even FF based. Do you even want to know? Okay, so before we get into like what game it is, really? Can I not do this? Before we get into what game it is, know that I am an avid card player. So I used to play a little thing called Yu-Gi-Oh, right? Which is the reason why my name is Syncweaver. Whole story on that. If you guys want me to say it, I'll say it. But yeah, the reason why my name is Syncweaver is because of Yu-Gi-Oh. Later down the line, my brother got me introduced to Magic the Gathering. I did not really stay in Magic the Gathering, but down the line, I started playing other card games that I can get into. But my favorite one that I got into was something called Kaijudo, which was a rebrand of something called Duel Masters. Cutscene, so I could probably...
I don't know, but hey, I'll be on Bahamut server just cause it's one of the busy servers. Do I even want to know?
Yes.
Raid Shadow Legends.
No.
That may be a FF based one.
Okay.
Am I?
TTS is taking another smoke break, I guess.
Yes.
Dear God, don't say Hero Ward.
Okay, so...
Pokemon.
If,
Oh, I think I know now.
Pokemon? Really? Alright, so I'm gonna switch scenes here. So... So this is Duel Masters, right? So Duel Masters is an old card game that had cards like these. And the game was actually pretty damn good. It just never stuck because the game was like overshadowed by Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh! And sort of kind of Digimon at the time, but Digimon also fell off. And I did get into the new Digimon game, so I am into that. But Duel Masters used to be like, you know, it was fun. Then this came out. They basically renamed it Kaijudo, right? Which was the card game. And I was actually like a major contender of that. I actually have like a Kaijudo wiki on myself because I was part of a team. And it's basically the same thing as Duel Masters, just like more refined. Okay, and it was really good. It was a real fun game, and I loved it a lot. I used to be like considered a pro, quote unquote, but it was a very good time. One of my favorite, this is actually one of my favorite cards, Tetsurian. He has like different versions of himself, and I used to go with a green red deck. It was all about mana building and just overflowing the field with a bunch of monsters that no contend with. So it was a good time. Then I got into, I said Digimon. Digimon's cool. I still play that, but as of recently, I got into Lorcana. Lorcana is the Disney I'm sorry, card game. It's the Disney card game. And it doesn't really do so much about like beating people up, but more or less adding up points to a certain level. They even had an anime too. There's a new anime on Duel Masters, which is like for mature audience now. Why is the lag so bad? I'm gonna have to do. I'll do that like get to another major cutscene. Yeah, the lag is pretty bad. Also, sorry, I just came back from doing the lawn. I had to get all these leaves up, and there was like dust all everywhere, so I'm gonna be sniffling a lot. Oh yeah, I'm the healer. Forgot it was the healer for a second. But I'm gonna continue on with the story anyway. So after Kaijudo died, which was a shame, I was really good at it. I got into Digimon. A friend of mine kept getting me into a whole bunch of card games, right? This is also the same friend when I was nearly homeless who offered his home to me. So he's like one of my good friends that I am never like ever going to give up. I'm never going to give up on him being there and being my friend. But he was talking about Lorcana, and I was like, it's a Disney game. He was like, but it's a good Disney game. So I got into that. After Lorcana and Digimon, he got me into Digimon too. But like after Lorcana, Lorcana was like a major card game that I've been playing for like months now. Then I found out during a certain showcase that another game was coming out for mobile. And I think a lot of people would probably have their suspicions on which game I'm talking about, because a certain a certain showcase could mean anything, right? But let's just say it involves a big company that usually uses the color red, and they like suing people. Yet they never fail to make good games. All right, you probably already know who I'm talking about. You probably know which company I'm talking about. Yes, I'm talking about Nintendo. And no, I'm not talking about their stupid Nintendo app. You really fell off for me since the power creep is just too big nowadays. I think they had like a soft reboot for Yu-Gi-Oh! So I don't know. I'm pretty sure they had like a soft reboot, because I'm not hearing too much of like the category of like, oh, things are just like messed the hell up or something like that. But I don't know. I haven't looked into it. The only thing I know about Yu-Gi-Oh! Right now is their the game on Steam, which I thought was like the video game that everybody really wanted, because it was just like, oh, it's Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh, but wait, it has its power creeps, it has its meta too, so it's like... but you guys know which Yu-Gi-Oh! Game I'm talking about, so I don't know if it's still relevant today. Duel Master or Master Duel? Yes, Master Duel. I was actually into Master Duel, so I liked it. But yeah, Master Duel is the Yu-Gi-Oh! Game. It's a little too late because so many monsters negate so many effects and hands traps and everything is so fast. If they did a reboot on the entire game, I would probably look into it, seeing if it's relevant again. But I don't know. I don't know. But the game I'm talking about is from Nintendo. And which game could I possibly be talking about? It's Pokemon. It's Pokemon. Remember, Pokemon has come out onto mobile now. And I know a lot of you guys are probably going to look at me and be like, dude, are you playing a mobile version of the TCG? The answer is yes. And almost immediately while I'm looking into the Pokemon TCG, it's TCG Pocket. It's like a mini version of it. Collect cards, it has its own thing going on, its own meta and everything. But it's like the few cards, they're starting out with the very few cards that they have. Yes, I did spend money in it. Yes, I did treat it like I would treat card games, where I get a whole bunch of booster packs or boxes of booster packs and then open them up to try to make a deck that's relevant. Yes, you could play online. Yes, there are different ways to obtain cards for free. Yes, you could play the entire game for free. Is it pay to? Yes, it is pay to win. I think it's pay to win, sort of. The reason why I say it's pay to win sort of is because you can, like in the first few packs that, look at that lag, dude. I really, so maybe I can fix that now. I can fix that now. The first, they give you 10 packs for free. Basically they give 10 packs to you for free. And what you do when you get those 10 packs is that, like what the hell? priority. It's still laggy. I hate my... Just hate it. I think I might need to also clear out one... Either clear out my monitor, like take one monitor. That's the reason why it's going so slow. It's probably taxing on... Oh, you know what? Hold on. What? Here he goes. Still a little laggy. Pretty sure it's the mix between OBS, the game, and like a bunch of window background that I have to keep open. So that sucks. I'll have to figure that out. I really do, because it's annoying that I have... You know what? Hold on. I have MSI. Oops. Okay. Let me see. Kind of helps. It sort of helps. I just have to wait for the lag to... Anyway. How do you have privacy with so many windows open? Well, my windows have barbed wire and like attached shotguns and cameras. So all those windows, right? Anybody who tries to come through becomes Swiss cheese. So I have good security. Like how the blur in the bottom left is just so profound. It's so blurry down there. Wait, okay, all right. So I was talking about the TCG Pocket. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's pay to win. But the weird thing is that it has something called rental decks. So you can use these decks. Basically are in a stack of 10, and what these rental decks have are pretty strong cards. First place, like it's like honestly a little odd for the fact that they do give out rental decks, but that's probably because they have rental decks in there because they knew that not everybody was going to be able to just get a whole bunch of cards to make an official deck on their own. So these rental decks, bro, some of these rental decks are insane, and they allow anybody to basically beat the crap out of anybody online. It's absolutely insane. Some people just make decks that are the rental decks. Instead of just having the rental deck to use, they just have their deck that is the rental deck, which is kind of nuts. But those rental decks keep people who are playing free to play just basically at the same pace as everybody else. Now, there is a limit to the rental deck. You can only have you can only use them like 10 times, and I think after using them 10 times, you can't use them for a certain amount of time, which, I mean, typical mobile game shenanigans, basically. Kill this guy. There we go. But it does help that Pocket, Pokemon TCG Pocket, is quite literally the mini version of the. So I'll show you a bit of that when we're done with MSQ. I will, however, actually, I don't know how long this cutscene is. I don't think it's that long. I know the next cutscene is absolutely long. I know some of these guys, maybe one or two of them, are just gonna log out and log back in. Everybody wants to just log out and log back in. I don't know about all that about logging out and log back in. That's, you know, everybody just does it and they're just like, ha, I did that, now you should do it. I just don't like the fact that they like stun locked. They should, I mean, at this point, they should have two different versions of this dungeon, right? If everyone has done the dungeon before, it should be skippable. The cutscene should be skippable. If they haven't done this dungeon before, person quite legit is new, it should be detected, okay? And then we just suffer with them with the cutscene. Well, they won't suffer, they're enjoying the cutscenes, but then we go off, make a sandwich, and come back, you know? Use the Japanese cutscenes to get out a little faster. Nonetheless, it's a cutscene, man. I want to erase the need of going through a cutscene. Oh, it wasn't that bad. We're racing to see who interacts with it first. All right, so here we are with this.
Look for the lips control panel.
All right, see something. Sound mixer. Sound mixing options. Just going to mute 14 real quick. Let's go back to.
They even had an anime too, lol.
It always looked cool, but I thought they were a Yu-Gi-Oh rip-off when I was younger.
Oh,
My favorite
gosh.
part of healing is when I think the man the healer should really heal everyone. Before realizing that I'm the
Look at
healer.
this. This is the TTS
Yu-Gi-Oh
program.
really fell off for me, since the power creep is just too big nowadays, but I do still play the older games. Speaking of, Yu-Gi-Oh really fell off for me, since the power creep is just too big nowadays, but I do still play the older games. Speaking of, I'm going through hell with that currently with a certain game and a challenge I put up for it.
Good now? Can I? Okay. Right. Okay. So what was I talking about? I was talking about Lorcana. This card game is actually very fun. Lorcana actually stretches the mind. It's for kids, and it's apparently being played by both kids and adults. And even for the people who are making Lorcana, they say it's for all ages, so you can be whatever age you want. Like, they also go fantastical. Like, this is an actual card. Tinkerbell the giant. Look at her. She's an actual giant compared to everybody else. So it was kind of funny seeing that card, but they go on the borderline of like fantastical. You're like weaving a Disney tale so that you can get to the end. Oh, is that the new one? Okay, so I think that's the new one, the Azurite Sea. So I haven't gotten a single one out of that booster. Excuse me. I am sorry with the sniffling. Here we are. TCG Pocket. Probably wondering. Okay, TCG Pocket. How is it?
Now that I'm done with what was doing, I can actually talk.
What is it? What is TCG Pocket? I am not going to tell you to play Pokemon TCG Pocket. I'm going to tell you that it is probably not worth. Not into card games. Not need to even look at this game. I was already, like, before, back in the day, I was really into the Pokemon. I fell off because I got into Yu-Gi-Oh! And then I fell off of Yu-Gi-Oh! Yu-Gi-Oh!
Slash.
I got into all types of other games, and then eventually I got into Lorcana. But Charizard went back to being the most powerful card in the game. Charizard went back to quite literally becoming the most powerful card in the game. 180 health and Crimson Storm at 200 base attack. I mean, they gave it.
Also, I don't know if it's my Twitch
like
derping
crazy,
out, but it's saying you're on Wilds. Rio_Connell just
actually,
subscribed, PogChamp.
No, we need to change that. Thanks for
Fire Knight _01 gifted Rio_Connell Jiggy. Fire Knight _01 gifted a tier 1 sub to El Rio _.
Oh, I guess I'm getting a sub again, lol.
Subs in the channel.
Yeah, it does say Monster Hunter Wild. I should keep forgetting to do
THX
that.
again, Argus.
Anyway,
No
offered
problem.
by Argus. Nice. Thanks, Argus.
Agas is the homie.
Yep, a bit too early for Mage. And don't worry, I won't install that, lol.
You won't install it? Install Monster Hunter? Really? Why not? Monster Hunter's fun.
Indeed, that's the second time he sends one my way, lol.
That's crazy. Thanks, Argus. You the man. But, yeah, I'm not asking you guys to play Pokemon TCG Pocket. It is free, of course, but it will tempt you to buy cards, right? It will. So it's too early for Monster. Don't worry, I won't install that. Oh, okay, that's right. But the reason why I'm saying not to pick it up.
Isn't that how all TCG get their profits anyways?
Well, yeah, every card
If
game.
that gets too tempting, I better get the punishment room ready.
Isn't that how? I mean, TCGs in real life feed off of people buying booster packs and also like buying boxes of booster packs. So you're absolutely correct. I'm already part of that whole entire problem because I play Lorcana and Digimon. So, like, I'm already part of the problem.
And just to make it worse, Cherry will be there.
Cherry will be there? Is she there, though? She's not here, though. She's not here right now, so. She's not here right now.
Remember, don't say her name, she will show up, lol.
Have you played the FFTCG?
Have I played the Final Fantasy TCG? I know about it. I have not played it. And I'm sure if I got into it, I'd probably be obsessed with it. But
Pretty
no,
sure
I have
she'll
not played
call
it.
dibs on that punishment room.
She can try. She's going to try and take my ears or my horns. She can't take those. Fine.
God, I don't think I'll ever fully get used to the Ugandan TDS for ride, lol.
Eorzea is mine by right. No, it's not.
Better not get too tempted then, tongue sticking out. It's hilarious, just always surprises me when I hear it.
My friends and I got into it a little bit after it first released, but we haven't done much else with it.
Yeah, I don't really like know the rules and the trials of it, but I will. If it becomes like a major card game to play, then I'll definitely check it out. Did I even gain it? I didn't even gain it.
Sounds more Russian than Ugandan.
Russian?
Also,
No, Yui. No, it's definitely doesn't sound Russian. Wait.
Hindu TBH.
How? You know what? No, never mind. Maybe you haven't heard the Russian dialect a lot.
Really?
That's not. That sounds nothing like Russian. It's
the Bloodborne PC hack is almost done.
that is definitely.
I just said Ugandan because of the meme.
Yeah, I know what you mean, but it definitely sounds like mid-African. So I don't know. I know what a Russian Thamriel is Russian, remember?
So close to greatness.
He sounds nothing like this. Let me see.
I wouldn't know then.
I mean, just a simple mistake, but no, Russian accents don't sound like that. This is definitely African.
I mean, I'm Dutch and I sound nowhere near that.
Yeah, well, no Russian sounds like they have this kind of accent at all. So, yeah, I don't know where that came from, but yeah, I have to correct you there, buddy. Definitely an African accent. I did say that I was going to show. So,
But yeah, meme aside, it definitely sounds African to me.
African? No, it's not African. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, it's not Russian. Jesus criminy. God. Excuse me, I'm going to drink some
XD.
water. I'm going to drink water now. That's some good, wholesome H2O. Keeps the mind and body pure. Let me just pull up the program. Let me.
Confusion implementation successful.
Get out of here. Leave me. Leave me alone. So the program that I have to showcase Pokemon. Second. Additional downloads. This will take some time. 1 megabyte? Oh, that took a lot of time. There was an update? Okay. Alright, so you guys are hearing that, right? There it is. Oh. Let me...
Also sync going back in for how long my sanity will stay while playing on 11's blue mage LUL.
Like mages. Oh. 11? I don't know how you can... Sanity's gonna fare with. So this is the Pokemon TCG Pocket. And it looks as mobile as it does. And I am controlling...
My accent is far too neutral for where I live, LOL.
So...
Oh, I've done it and I'll do it again.
I'm gonna look at my missions. Log in. Yup, see, this is what I talk about. Inspect. It's like, oh, you're logged in! So it says right here that I could open up 2 packs and it's at the max because I let it I didn't touch this app for like 24 hours. So
Also, only thing I can say is all I'm hearing when you're talking about the card game is Let's Go Gambling XD. I knew it was the Pokemon TGC.
card games are, I don't know if they are inherently gambling. I don't know. They might just be. I am trying to get a certain card that is, yeah, thank you, that is in the Charizard booster pack. This card right here, which won't show it to me.
Seen as gambling yet?
But these are free packs that I'm opening right now. Packs being open. You can turn the cards around, or you can turn the booster pack around.
If you're into selling rare cards, definitely.
See something. Nope, no rares. I have over 1,000 cards. I'm definitely not obsessed. That's 1,000 cards. Alright, so I can open 2 more.
Though TBH, I'm mainly memeing cause I was a Magic player in the past, lol.
You can actually turn the cards,
Man,
by the way.
I remember booster packs giving you 10 to 11 cards back in the day.
Oh yeah, this is a mini edition, so it's only gonna have 5 cards. So you can turn the booster packs around and start from the back. I got this is the fourth shiny Charmander I've got. Hero, Cotton Swab, Furo. All right. This is the 4th time I've gotten that Charmander. So I'm gonna open this last one. Probably not gonna get much of anything. Like, even when you open 10 packs, you're probably not gonna get much. Go backwards. Kiss the finger. So let me see something. Nope, it's regular. That is your typical booster pack opening, which I didn't get much of anything at all. So I'm still trying to get the Executor. This thing right here, the Executor, is quite literally the best card in the game right now, because it's like 180 HP, and it has this effect where you just flip a coin, and if it's heads, you do 80 damage instead of just 40. That's really powerful. And it's absolutely disgusting.
BTW Sync, how are you enjoying White Mage so far?
White Mage is actually pretty fun. It taught me that healing is a huge responsibility. It can absolutely drive you insane if you are not patient enough for the people that you run with. So, silver trophy. And then there's the shop. I think I get this for free. That for free. I like it's down here with your tickets. I already bought those covers. They refill after a while, but refill in 27 days. Like, I would try to get a lot of these. Reason for that is because it adds up for me to.
Why for some reason am I thinking I'm hearing Discord sounds there? Yet after being a healer main for a while definitely forced me to change my mindset when I queue for stuff, lol.
We'll get back in the There is this. You can go online, have a random match. They haven't put in like any ranked mode yet. And then there's solo, which is supposed to teach you how to play the game. So I'll give you like an example. Let's do the Venusaur one. Change packs to Charizard EX. So if you already played Pokemon before, It's a very, very... Oh, this is not a good hand. By the way, you can't do any, like... Can't do, like, any, like, reshufflings of your hand. Gosh, his Vine Whip is 40! This isn't looking good already. This is a very bad hand. Quite literally, there's a Charmeleon in there without a Charmander? Grand.
BTW, how do you feel about the 24-man Savage being unrestricted for loot?
Unrestricted for loot? I feel that it's alright. Because how many people are actually going to be... And I know you can do, like, lower than the normal amount of people.
What'd Sink?
I'll be able to get rid of him, but if I don't pull out another card as soon as possible...
TBH, it kinda had to be unrestricted considering the amount of PPL you need for it.
Very much so. Oh...
Also 14 badly needs more repeatable content immo.
It needs...
And pray to fuck people aren't going to force Discord on us.
It definitely needs something
Plus
for
now
people.
An alternative way to get 730
This is
gear.
crazy. Okay. Alright. This is absolute in turn. That's what I got here. I don't like what I have. I do not like what I have. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to retreat them for Rapidash, and then Rapidash will have, but this is only temporary. I didn't get a single Charmander. I don't have any additionals to the... I'm getting very bad hands. I've both my Charizards in my hand for whatever reason. Does nothing. Skidoo is such a bad card. Like, its evolution is more stable, but its Skidoo is such a bad card.
Oh damn, 53 months. What'd Sink?
Oh, cool. Yo, cool. Thanks for the 53.
Just subscribed for 53 months in a row, PogChamp.
Does nothing.
Cool _ ZR became a golden thread. Oh damn, 53 months.
Okay, so we're going to... This is what we're going to do. We're going to add the Rapidash here. Rapidash only needs one... So I'm just going to put the... Take out Skidoo. Probably bring in Skidoo again. So it's probably... They're probably going to replace Skidoo with... Oh, with Ivysaur? That's a big risk. Because what if I kill Ivysaur? Which I will next turn. Never mind, I'm not killing Ivysaur anymore. But it will take a while for the energy to pollen, unless they have something. Give me Charmander. Give me Charmander. Charmeleon. Or Professor... What the fuck? Alright, so I'm just gonna continue to just beat down on... Yeah, I know, I didn't use the energy, but... He has one more take. He heals, of course, because he has Erica. Erica turns it back to where it was. Can I please get a freaking Charmander and not have it be at the end of the deck, please? Thank you. Jeezers, dude. Play it before... Red card.
So how y'all been?
Oh. I've been great. I'm gonna put fire on Charmander to get him ready. And then... I'm gonna try and take him out before he gets his 4th energy. Oh, he popped him out. Okay, now... Oh, does 40 damage on me? With the surprise attack? Okay, okay.
Overall bit disappointed that we unfortunately had to skip raids today, but other than that I'm doing fine.
Well, I mean, it's Sunday. I mean, we don't usually have raids on Sunday. Skipping yesterday was a bit disappointing. Sure.
You can use channel points for audio alerts.
So he does
Have
30
fun.
damage. Okay, so I get to live just a little bit longer. This is sub executor.
Yeah, I meant this time, not sure why I wrote today, lol.
But it gets the Lazzle in there. Going to do, because it doesn't matter, both Charizards are the same. So both of them are EX, both of them have
Rain is
this.
still asleep, I guess.
But we're going to use this one. And here's where we start having thoughts.
Have y'all cleared all of the raid tier?
I'm still missing one raid tier. You know what? I mean, I can just do it, right?
We're on the edge of clearing M1 SATM.
Okay. Still just 30 damage. Just fine. Don't really need the Pokeball. I mean, unless I want the other Charmander. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna potion him.
Which is the reason why it's a bit disappointing we had to skip the session this time, but not much we can do when something comes up last minute.
True. The smart thing to do here would probably put in Eradicate or something. There we go. Give the energy. And then what is he going to do? He's going to attack. Okay. I basically won this fight.
How many y'all got in y'all's group?
How many do we have in our group? In terms of what? In terms of the chaotic raids or just our normal savage raids? Because we have 8. It's just that something always, you know, something happens quite a bit. By the way, I won. My MVP was Charizard. And that's the basics. That's basically what the pocket game's all about. Again, you can play for free. You get 10 free packs basically, and it'll jumpstart you. In terms of like decks, so these are the decks that I've created, right? But there is also the rental decks.
Yeah, we have 8, it's just we can only raid once a week due to schedule issues, and we had last minute issue come up yesterday and couldn't find someone to fill in.
There it is, the rental decks. All these decks are super tough. Quite literally, they're like all meta. Look at this. That's crazy. That is nuts. These are rental decks, so you can only use them a certain amount of time. You can also create like theme decks if you have all the cards. So that's the gist of that.
In the group? Didn't know if it was like me where I have 7/8 and usually have to party finder for one.
How many of us are in the group? 8. There's 8 of. Yeah, there's 8 of us in the group.
Yeah, I was typing it out when the answer came.
What we're missing, however, is like usually people for backup. We usually would need a backup, like not for our healers because our healers are usually there. Usually it's either like 1 DPS, 2 DPS, or 1 tank. There's a time I had to go to the test even though I try to free up my time. Yeah, the world doesn't like me sometimes.
We have one person that can fill when needed, but since we had a last minute drop we couldn't give them the heads up, so just unfortunate timing.
Very unfortunate. Oh, and we are here. Oh gosh. And it is the tank who's here for the first time? Question mark? Oh lord. Oh lordy 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 lord. Oh lord. Okay, I'm going to have to pull out all the stops for this guy. Okay. Here we go.
And well, didn't he help that we were missing a tank?
My friends, heal me. These are children of Stavne. Forgive me. I could do them no harm.
Oh, wait. Oh, wait. This person knows how to use mitts.
What day do y'all usually raid on?
But they don't have...
Saturdays in the morning.
Yeah, Saturday mornings.
Meanwhile, Ninja.
Jeez, how hard do they hit, man?
If this is the only way, I shall silence the beasts of the air.
Silence the beasts. Silence them, shall you?
Most of us would like to do 2 days per week, but unfortunately schedule doesn't allow it.
I mean, y'all just, honestly, just, all I really need is a heads up on when it would happen. That's all, that's really all that, oh my gosh.
I usually get reclears done on Tuesday and prog during Thursday and Friday.
What, why?
Hey Sync, what other job should I level when I go back to 11 for a bit?
That's up to you, buddy. Don't ask me anything about like training up 11 in the 11 jobs.
So if y'all need a backup, I'm most comfortable on tank but have been getting the hang of monk.
So you're a monk main? Or not monk main, but you've been getting the hang of monk? Okay, alright.
I already got a few jobs in mind, just want a suggestion is all LOL.
Oh, don't ask me for suggestions, because there's too many jobs in there. I don't know what your progress is. So.
PBH, but tank is a role we've been missing for the second raid day.
If anything, go for samurai. I don't know.
But was just a bad DPS player since I'm a tank main.
You're a bad DPS player? I mean, we could use another tank. You doing? Of course. Oh wait, no, she doesn't know. She doesn't know. She does not know. Okay.
Guess your tank Sync. Mainly cause our other tank can only raid on either Saturday or Sundays, not both, and PPL would prefer doing Saturday and Sundays if we do 2 days.
What the? I mean, Saturday or Sunday, yeah, that makes sense. I mean, he has a wife.
And yes, Sync is our tank.
One of two.
And guess DRK?
Well, recently it's been Warrior. Cause, Dark Knight just ain't cutting it. You got hit again. Learn from your mistakes.
Yanita has IRL priorities, which is
Are you
why he
kidding
can
me?
only do one day, which is well understandable cause real life comes first. Dark Knight just aged poorly.
Oh no, it's just bad now. Dark Knight is just bad. Just stay on this side.
It wounds me to sink LOL.
It's just bad. It needs a rework. I can go in on like how Dark Knight just needs a rework all the time. I could literally make an entire video out of it, which I will. But right now,
As much as Sync wants to play DRK after seeing the difference him switching to War did, it was kinda eye-opening for us.
we were taking a lot more unnecessary damage. So, we were taking a lot more unnecessary damage. So, like, as soon as I switched to Warrior, it just shows. It was just like, wait, we're surviving? Oh my god, we need to change. And then, you know, Wraith was just like, I hate this life. Why do we have to use Warrior? It's the dumbest tank in the world. And I'm like, we don't disagree. It's just the fact that it works so much better at this point.
Yerum Wides were dealing a significant amount of DMG until he went War LOL.
It was stupid. It still doesn't make sense why Dark Missionary is the way it is.
As soon as he went War, it basically went from taking around 80% of our max HP in DMG to barely anything.
It's so dumb. So dumb. Like, it's very possible to play Dark Knight in
Which is RLY dumb.
like, it's very much possible to play Dark Knight in M1 Savage. It's just harder.
Yeah, only reason I'm running DRK in the tier is because it's easy and oddly mistake forgiving in M3S. You can play it, but the room wide are just laughing at DRK party wide MIT.
Here we go.
And guess the other tank is a gunbreaker?
No, Paladin. So we have a Paladin, which is basically the best tank in the game right now. Or it's the most comfortable tank. The best tank is probably Warrior.
The team comp is basically PLD War slash DRK Scholar slash AST with Monk slash Dancer slash Picto slash Red Mage. It's been me on PLD, War, and DRK while my co-tank is a GNB.
And Paladin, Warrior, and Dark Knight while you're Gunbreaker? Yeah, so... Backup would be alright.
Our melee is basically either Monk or Viper depending on what Rive feels like doing when we raid.
Very much so.
If our red mage choose to go bard, we'd swap our DPS around to monk / viper / bard / picto.
I mean, it's usually what people feel comfortable with when it comes right down to it. Oh. No! Oh my goodness! I took the tanks. Oh
Yet
no!
I'm just saying that it's an option is all.
You know, it's kind of freaky that this is an elephant head. Kill him! Kill him so that I can be trapped in this bubble!
When y'all say in the morning, how early est?
Usually 11:30, but trying to do it like a little bit early. 11.
Usually 11 a.m. to 2 p.m.-ish.
So we try to get there during that time, and yeah, 2 p.m. is usually the time where we stop. Holiot Hope. Gamer Kitty. But that's a rabbit. I wonder if it's irony?
And this is all EST time. Yes.
Glare. Glare is my favorite spell to use. Because all it is just a bunch of light hitting you in the
I think
face.
most of us are on EST, so we use that as a base for scheduling.
Oh, what the?
okay, I have worked 9 to 5 on the 9th but free on the 10th.
Ow. There we go. Oh, cutscene. They're watching cutscene. Doot 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 doot. Ugh. So this is, I guess this is their first time doing this. So this is fine. They didn't do too bad.
But it would probably be a 1 chest if I join since I try to get reclears on Tuesday with my static.
I wish we had a Tuesday. I really do.
ATM, we're more focused on clearing than gearing, so wouldn't be a problem for now.
Yeah. We usually try to have fun with it rather than like get super sweaty.
Wish my job wouldn't be so strict on intense big jobs back to back.
Bro, I understand your plight. There's no damage. Oof.
Alrighty, if y'all want, let me know Saturday if you need a sub for Sunday. Construction with job trying to wrap before the holidays sucks.
Yeah, I hope it doesn't come down to that where we have to find a sub. Nothing against you, it's just that seems as we're getting closer and closer to a point where that's happening a lot. Because everybody is always busy. Like, life catches up. Saying, don't stand there, you're gonna get hit. And they couldn't see it.
I mean, Saturdays are fine most of the time, it's RLY Sundays that we haven't been able to get PPL for since 2 PPL can't raid on Sundays due to work/family.
Yeah. It's usually the case.
Obviously not the best choice to have to get different PPL to replace on Sundays, but ATM, it's kinda our only choice if we RLY want to do 2 days a week.
True. Oh, nice. Very true, though. Very, very true. Have a burger. So if you really want to kill, yeah, we can get in contact if we need like an extra tank or DPS. You say you're more confident being a tank. All right. Well, I mean, I can really say is keep your schedule open. Level 89. So all I really need to do is one more thing, and I'll be 2. I don't. Here's the thing about a lightoscope. Sorry, a tioscope, a tioscope. Tioscope is like sad. That's why I don't usually like going into it. It's very sad. Is this person working here, or is he looking?
But yeah, if we get Cull Runner would probably be able to fill in the other slot for Sundays. We just have to give him the heads up if we go ahead with Sundays.
Yeah, if we do go for Sundays, just have to let him.
Yeah, usually for Sundays, I work from 8 AM to 12 PM and usually take 20 to 30 minutes to get home.
It's not too bad. 8 AM to 12 PM? It's not too bad. I'm gonna just do catesis. I was gonna do catesis again. I'm fully aware that at lightoscope, scope definitely get me
so
leveled up.
Be
So
home for 11:30.
the legend. There's another Yuki in the party.
Turn back, else I might be forced.
We're scoping what now?
Scoping out the situation, brother. Is he just gonna stand there? Oh, okay. Alright. That's fine. Because he doesn't just, like, start running towards the other mob after they get hurt a little bit down or something like that. Wait, why did he put on Heart of Light? Very suspicious. Okay. Very suspicious. That was weird. Okay, you have like almost everything level. They're probably not like. Maybe they just didn't know that Heart of Light doesn't do anything at this situation. Where are you going? Do it. What are you doing? what are you doing, buddy? Where are you going? That was a little unorthodox. Could have just taken both mobs. I am a white mage after all.
Looks like someone either forgot or isn't familiar with the layout of this dungeon.
Nope.
Really hoping for major band-aid
not at all.
fixes for
Not at all. Not at all.
Make blood weapon give 1000 MP per hit is an easy one.
Making blood weapon give 1000 MP per hit. I mean, that would be kind of a solution to a problem that's been already created within its own like thing in the area. I'm trying to say words here.
But yeah, I guess that's something we'd have to talk about with the rest of the group.
Yeah, I mean, We could definitely inform them situation. Yeah, that's weird. This Gunbreaker's playing a little bit odd.
Especially Writhe since well he's kind of in the one handling scheduling for the most part lol. Next make TBN either give a direct crit when popped or half the MP cost so it's a DPS gain in some way so TBN maxing can be a real thing.
Let me see. Well, firstly, what I think what they should do with TBN is take it out of MP so that it doesn't have to cost MP to use. It should be a gauge. That's the first thing that I would say. The other thing I would say is that it's something that still needs to be broken. Take that away so it doesn't need to be broken but can activate on its own, kind of like every other similar ability that has kind of the similar thing going on here. So that's the other thing. I think TBN, what it should do is that if you use TBN, it will consume a gauge, and when it does break, I think it would be a great idea for it to possibly have like some sort of attack buff, maybe a direct crit, like just a 100% crit. Maybe that'd be fine.
Effect should still work even if it just expires.
Even if it does expire, yes, I do think it should just have its ability pop off. So yeah, I do think that's what it should do, but have it so that you do still want it to break, right? You still want it to break, so what you would probably do in this case is that if TBN breaks, you could have if it doesn't break, you can have all the passive abilities, still have the barrier, still get healed. Get healed, all right? Like, have the damage reduction in there.
Please
still.
No 100% crit, or people are telling us to ignore direct hit again like old warrior.
No, I think what happens when it breaks is that I believe when it breaks, we should have some sort of boon, right? Still a boon, maybe some sort of damage buff. Like breaks, we go into like a dark stance, like a dark art stance. If it breaks or something, we have a shadow, or maybe when it breaks, we get a
I'm just
Simulacron.
thinking of some band-aid fixes since I doubt a mid-expansion PLD rework.
It needs to be changed all the way. I think if imagine the Blackest Night breaks and then you get a shadow clone
onto the blood
something.
gauge.
Oops, my bad. Get hit by that. I think a Simulacron or a clone should pop out after TBM breaks, and it gives a passive like buff to the Dark Knight. As long as the shadow is out, the shadow will last for about like maybe 10 seconds. If not 10 seconds, maybe
I've made a
5
crappy
seconds.
YouTube video with terrible audio explaining some things and made a Google Doc wish list.
But that's what I think. They should definitely rework Dark Knight. Needs a definite rework. What they do with TBN, it has to be more creative than it breaks, and then you get an attack.
Yeah, it does.
Like, you need something more than that. Give it a buff, maybe. Have an actual damage reduction that's instilled in TBN. Have the barrier, keep the barrier, but like if it breaks, have it be something that is a boon, and make it a boon that can at the very least be a little bit more balanced. Because like
Someone else suggested TBN be more like Hyama from Sage.
That's a thought. That's a thought. Maybe TBN can have like multiple layers. It's just that I think what should be is like it should have something unique to itself. So I think TBN should have something for itself. I think maybe a damage boost for like 5 seconds would be nice. Would be okay for 5 seconds and just, or make it 6 seconds, or yeah, make it like 6 or 7 seconds, or 8, even 8 seconds, because you want to have like 3 GCDs going in there at the very least.
Which is neat and a tad different compared to Xenos' XCOG since GNB has that.
Well, I mean, they're all XCOGs. All of them has an XCOG, and the XCOG is, that's what all of them now have inherently.
Also kind of funny that the person both has the same first name as me in game and plays Dancer LOL.
Yeah. Maybe you're not as, maybe you're not as unique as you think you are. Yeah, they just need to do something. There's a lot of things that they need to fix with the Dark Knight. TBN is one of them. I swear Oblation is supposed to be part of it. Part of TBN. It just seems like it's supposed to be, but what they were thinking is that people would just use TBN and Oblation at the same time together, because they think that people are just willing to waste abilities.
I mean, that first name is used often, so never expected to be the only one with that name LOL.
Am I good? No, I'm good. Wasn't good.
I say make Dark Mind a trait that is 5% magic reduction at all times and add 2 stacks of ablation.
Get off the table! What did I tell you? Sorry. I had to yell at my cat.
Dark Mind is kind of just a relic of HW.
5% magic reduction. Why? That's my question. That's my first question. Why? Why do you
Just
even
funny
want it
that
to
the
exist?
person happens to be a dancer when I'm slotting in as dancer in our group LOL.
Here's the first question. Why do we still need Dark Mind? That's,
Just flavor, and since PLD can block magic.
I mean, so Paladin can block magic. Okay, they also can block physical attack. The reason why I'm asking why is because Dark Mind is supposed to be a mitigation specifically for magic. I got a bell. Yay. Specifically for magic. Mastering magic. There we go. Dark Mind is specifically for magic reduction. However, Paladin can now block all damage. In not just magic reduction, it blocks all damage. So just blocking magic makes no sense anymore. See what I'm saying? So, like, what we should do with Dark Mind, to be completely honest, we can just do away with it. Really don't need it, because hardly anybody uses Dark Mind, if ever, because
there's just too many things that lowers both DMG for magic only to be relevant anymore, TBH.
Because, like, to be fair, you can use Dark Mind off of Rampart or any other mitigation, and it'll give you that magic reduction. but because of what Dawn Trail is, and they're mixing up both physical and magic, sometimes, yeah, I mean, most of the time, I'm sure, is like you really do forget Dark Mind is there. It's like no reason to even have Dark Mind. Okay, so he's good. I'm just gonna give him his regen and just go back to spamming. So let's think about this for a second. This is nothing against anybody, but if the attack is useless, the attack is, or if the ability is useless.
I was just saying for flavor, maybe make it additive to other myths, so like Rampart will reduce magic damage by 25%.
Damage by 25%. No, that's still I mean, for flavor, no, it would still be kind of weird. Because it's still specifically for magic. You don't want anything to be specific on a tank anymore, because now you're dealing with both physical and magical things in a Dawn Trail space. You want to think about whether or not it's actually going to be useful in the long run, and unfortunately, anything that just pertains to just magic loses a bit more of its value. So don't think in specifics in terms of like one thing. You want to think about the overall effectiveness of the ability. Not saying that I don't get what you're thinking. Not saying that. Because Dark Knight needs to have something to make it unique, right? So what I'm thinking, Dark Knight should be able to use, like, it's supposed to have been like the middle of the road tank. It's supposed to not do all the damage, but at the same time, it's not supposed to be all that weak. Now Dark Knight's at the bottom of the pole. It does the least amount of damage, has the most useless utilities, it does the least amount of utilities, doesn't do as much support. It's like it has support, but its support is not as good anymore. Like, in fact, you could say Gunbreaker does more support, because Harder Corundum is not only like a little bit of a regen, it takes Brutal Shell with it into the ability. It has damage reduction. It has pretty much everything like one person would need to survive. Whereas the Blackest Night is a shield.
Actually, DRK is doing the most now.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so.
I will have the time and tranquility I require.
Because I did recently look at FF logs. No.
Second on RDPS and first on ADPS.
First on ADPS? We'll check that out. Last time I checked, that was the opposite.
I mean, we checked I think last week and it was at the bottom.
Yeah, last time I checked, that wasn't the truth for that one. We can check it out again.
Unleash your power.
Oh? Oh, you're kidding me. I'm an idiot.
Winds. Pierce my foes.
Okay.
Stars on high. Fall as rain.
What the? Why is that happening right now? Why didn't you get behind the rock?
And yeah, not saying I don't believe it, just mentioning that last week we saw it at the bottom, so would be a RLY quick change if it did change.
We can do another check. We can do another check. It's fine.
Yeah, just explaining my POV, tongue sticking out. I'm checking it now, and for the raid tier, it's first on both RDPS and ADPS.
Okay, I'm gonna have to check that out then.
Streams of ether. Surge as one.
I'm ready. I had to pull the dancer.
But I also don't think a tank's damage should define a lack of utility.
No, the tank's damage has nothing to do with its utility at all. I'm saying that the utility of a Dark Knight is still very, very low. So compared to what other tanks can do comparatively, we're looking at a tank that is not doing so well against its competitors or its brothers or whatever you want to, you know, define them as. But it's not doing as well as, say, the Warrior, which can give you nascent flash.
I 100% agree with the excuse that DRK as DMG, so its lack of ulti is justified, is just absurd.
I'm not looking at the damage. I'm more or less looking at, because I don't count damage as support and utility. I count damage as just number. Like, will it help in the long run and bring the health down? And honestly, for tanks, it's kind of negligible because they're all around the same place. Like, hear me when I said, like, honestly, I don't know if I said anything about damage when it came to the tanks. I don't think I said much of anything about damage when it came to tanks. I talked about its utility and the effectiveness of their abilities. That's what I'm worried about. But I think I did say that it is at the bottom of the poll when it comes to damage, and it used to be like, you know, it used to be the best.
Something that will happen no matter what, cause the fights are designed with all jobs DMG in mind.
Right. You just have to meet that bare minimum. There we go. There we go. There we go. I saved the day. I saved the day.
Yeah, I agree, and it's not just the utility of DRK but also its playstyle is just Diet Warrior.
Its playstyle is more work than a Warrior. Warrior is kind of like a no-brainer to go through. Like, honestly, Warrior is so much easier to play than Dark Knight that it makes no sense. Whereas, like, Dark Knight has like a certain through row of like a combo and technique that you have to use. Like, let me show you real quick. Dark Knight's opener is 1, 2, 3, 1, and then potion if you're using a potion, and then 1, 2, 3, and then you have to start with the second attack from Living Shadow, going to Shadowbringer, going to Edge. Then you got to do the 3-hit combo. Go ahead Shadow, go ahead Edge, then do that, then do that, then do that, then do that, and then, you know, go ahead Carve and Spit. It's a chunky combo for Dark Knight, especially for their opener. But, you know, after that, it becomes very simplistic, where anything that pops up, you just use. For Warrior, it's more efficient because you could do 1, 2, 3 Storm's Eye, and then you could just go directly into Inner Release, and then 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Yes, that's it. Like 1, 2, 1, 2, and then you go into Primal Rend. You can get basically all of your best attacks out of that, or you can skip Primal Rend for a second. I would suggest just going into Primal Rend. Honestly, I would think want to go 1, 2, 3 Primal Rend, but that's up to you. I try to time Primal Rend with the party wide, because you can go 1, 2, 3 potion, or 1, 2 potion, and then 3. So then you got to get your Infuriate in there within the potion if you're using potion. So it's like 1, 2 potion, 3. Then you want to do Inner Release 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2 Infuriate, or Primal Rend, really, because that's your biggest attack. So that and then go into Infuriate. Trying to keep damage buff up on Warrior with its tiny timer is harder, and since Inner Release moves the timer up, Inner Release is actually more timed and more it's actually more queued up. Like, Inner Release will come by with Inner Release because it's 60 seconds. 60 seconds is a very good cooldown. and keeping the timer buff up, which is, let's look at this. It's 30 seconds, and you're always going in between Storm's Eye and Storm's Path. So it's so much easier to go through this than it is with Dark Knight. So I have to disagree on that one. It's so much easier to go through Warrior. Keeping up with Warrior's damage buff up all the time is just plain stupid brain dead. Because if you're not using Storm's Eye at all, you're just playing the game. You're playing the job wrong. So you're like doing Storm's Eye, then Path, Storm's Eye, Path, Storm's Eye, or you can just alternate between the two. Doesn't matter. You're keeping your damage buff up all the time. You don't really have to like, oh man, I gotta remember Storm's Eye, Storm's Eye, Storm's Eye. It should just be like in your blood now. So Storm's Eye, Path, Storm's Eye, Path, Storm's Eye. Like, and then Inner Release comes out in 60 seconds. After 60 seconds cooldown. That's really good, actually, for a cooldown. That's actually really good. 30 seconds for Upheaval? Are you kidding me? Like, they all fit with each other. They all sync with each other. So Upheaval is 60 seconds. Upheaval is 30 seconds. Infuriate is 60 seconds. That's going off of a timer of 30 seconds. So all of it, and let's look at Primal Rend. It's just basically a 3-second recast. So it comes out every inner because I just don't have the muscle memory. It's not really like muscle memory that's too hard to figure out, because I know people who have problems keeping up Storm's Eye because they have to remember that the button exists. But when I'm playing Warrior, I go between the two. I just Path, Storm, Path, Storm, Path, Storm. In my opener, it's Storm, Path, Storm, and then I just alternate between the two. And it's like an every 60 second in release, 30 second upheaval, everything comes together. Warrior does not have any disjointed timer at all. Who does have a disjointed timer is Gunbreaker. Gunbreaker has the most disjointed I've ever seen abilities. First of all, Double Down. Why is it 69.22 seconds? Let's just call it 60. So Double Down is 60 seconds. The problem with Double Down is that Double Down takes 2 cartridges to use. So you're thinking, should I prioritize the 1200 damage that's within Double Down for that one singular hit, or should I just continue to use the continuation Gnashing Fang combo startup? So, and that's like 500 500 600 600 700 or it's just 500 500, I think. Let me see. It's like 500 500. See, sorry, I gotta know. So see, so Gnashing Claws 500. Start up with Gnashing Claw, and then you want to go into, say, 250, 280. So each and every eye gouge. Okay, so it starts out with 500, and then we test this. Oh, I need to go home. Because it's part of the continuation combo. So Gnashing the Jugular. I'm just trying to I'm trying to prove a point here. Ignore me. I'm trying to prove a point. Okay, so Gnashing into Jugular. So Gnashing into Jugular. So that's 240. So that's 240, and then you go into Bow Shock. Then you go from Gnashing to Savage. So you do Savage. Savage goes into Abdomen Tear. So it'd be Savage to Abdomen. So it's like 560 to 280. So already we're doing more damage than we would just using Double Down. So you'll be sitting on Double Down for that whole 60 seconds because you need No Mercy. So you do Double Down, but then you get No Mercy again. But wait, are you going to use Double Down again, or are you going to wait until you can get Bloodfest back, which is 120 seconds? So you're either going to use double down and possibly have less DPS, because after double down, you're not going to try to get like a third cartridge. You're not going your 1, 2, 3. You're going to use your continuation to do more damage, right? So is it worth using double down when the 60-second timer is up? In my opinion, no. I think you should prioritize going with Gnashing Bang into the continuation combo, because you already have 560 and you have 500. So you have 500, 560, that's already 1,000. You go into Jugular, that's 240. So you're already you already just did that amount of damage, even though it's not in one go from double down. You're already doing a lot more damage with that. I hope I'm allowing people to understand, because you not only go into Savage Claw, but you also go into Wicked Talon, which is 620. So Wicked Talon for 620, and then you go into Eye Gouge, which is 320, 280. So altogether, when you get through the continuation combo, you do a whopping maybe double amount that you would do with double down, because after double down, you're not going to have any more cartridges. You're going to go with 1, 2, 3. And the 1, 2, 3 is 300, 240, or I should say 380, because you're going to do it the right way, and to 460. So it's much more. I think you should prioritize continuation. But it's like disjointed, because double down kind of messes everything up. The cartridges messes everything up. It isn't until 120 seconds later, when you get Bloodfest back, where you can do your giant burst again. It's very disjointed. Like Sonic Break, I don't know why they took Sonic Break and to a dot where you can only use it if you use No Mercy. That one's a little weird. I don't know why they did that. Blasting Zone is kind of perfect where it is, being a 30-second cooldown. No Mercy is fine, although I wish it was longer than 20 seconds, because now you have this ability, or now you have where is it? Now you have an ability when you use Bloodfest, which is Lionheart. So when you do Lionheart, you go into a or sorry, not Lionheart, but when you go into the combo that gets you to Lionheart, you're doing a whopping amount of damage, and you want the No Mercy window to be. But don't you usually go into No Mercy with 3 cartridges? No, you go into No Mercy as long as you're able to do the continuation combo. Waiting until you get your 3 cartridges is a DPS loss, because there's no other way you're going to get your cartridges unless you do your regular hits 3 times. But the problem is, you do the 1, 2, 3, and you hit 30 seconds, right? That's in the middle of No Mercy, so you hit 30 seconds, but your continuation comes up. So you're going to use your continuation for DPS. You're not going to hold on to that cartridge, you're going to use it. Because not only that, you have your Blasting Zone that's also back. Your Blasting Zone has 30 seconds, so you're going to use that. Your No Mercy is going to pair up with your Bow Shock, because you're going to have 2 60-second abilities. So it's like 1, 2, 3, No Mercy, and then you use your regular continuation combo. Or no, sorry. So like the first thing you do is 1, 2, 3, No Mercy, Bloodfest. You use Bloodfest, and you start your continuation. So you do 1, 2, but wait. You go into Double Down, Bow Shock, Blasting Zone, and then you hit Sonic Break, because you do not break the combo of continuation when you do that. So then you go back into doing the rest of your abilities with continuation, and after you do that, you go ahead and do Lionheart. That's how you're supposed to do it, to get everything under No Mercy for your opener. And this will come back after 120 seconds. So like the thing about cartridges, you don't want to save them. You don't want to save your cartridges. You want to use your cartridges. How you use your cartridges is up to you, I will say, but it's best to just use it when continuation comes up. It's best to just, go out and do as much damage as fast as possible. That's just kind of the thing Gunbreaker is, and that's why I say it's disjointed, because after you do your opener, No Mercy doesn't come back for 30 seconds, but then your cartridge hits 1, and you're going to go and do your continuation, because that's just around 30 seconds. Like, you're going to hit your cartridges, right? But you're going to want to use Burst Strike combo, because Burst Strike is, if I'm looking at it here, I don't know what happened. Here's Hyper Velocity. So Burst Strike is 460, 220. You're going to do that once in the middle of all that. Once or twice, but if you save on that, you can use Double Down. So that's always the confusion about it. Are you going to use Burst Strike, or are you going to wait for your continuation combo? Because once you use Double Down, you're skipping out in your continuation. You're using Double Down outside of Bloodfest. So next time Bloodfest comes around, you may or may not be ready for Double Down. That's why it's disjointed. Because you obtaining your cartridge does not align with getting back Double Down, even if you do it twice and then you use it, because for whatever reason, when you add everything up, it will always disjoint itself from Bloodfest, and it will disjoint itself from No Mercy. So Double Down is a key problem with the combo of Gunbreaker. So I finally realized, let's just say that I finally realized what Xeno was talking about. What he meant by Double Down as a problem, and why it has been a problem, why it will always be a problem if they kept it the way it was. Like, take Double Down out, and you have kind of, you know, a very in sequence combo that you can use with No Mercy, right? It'd be fine. But then Double Down comes out of nowhere, and it's like, now it kind of disrupts things. And now they put in Lionheart, and Lionheart's not even a problem, because Lionheart comes back all the time. After you hit Bloodfest, it's there. So here, let me show you. So here's the strike dummy. Oh, because the skill speed and Gunbreaker only tank at the moment that wants skill speed. Yeah, but even no matter how much skill speed you put on Gunbreaker, it's still going to disjoint Double Down from No Mercy and Bloodfest, and that's usually the problem. So like when you first start out with anything, you do like 1, 2, 3, and then you hit these two, right? So we're going to start continuation. Oh, but we're going to use Double Down, Bow Shock, Blasting Zone, and then we're going to hit Sonic Break. Okay, cool. I'm going to go back, and since we don't have to do gap closers anymore, we're doing that. Keep an eye on the No Mercy. We have 4 seconds left, we have 3 seconds left, we have 2 seconds left, we have 1 second left, and we're done. We barely got that in there. And now you're just hitting 1, 2, 3 again, but then you're like, okay, am I going to use Hyper Burst Strike? No, you're going to go into Gnashing Fang because that just came up, right? Blasting Zone came up again, and there you go. But now you're at a cooldown period. You're at 21 seconds for your next continuation, 15 seconds for No Mercy, so you're going to do a Burst Strike. So you're still going to be in this point, but now everything's a little disjointed because you could Burst Strike, but you have 2 seconds on No Mercy. So you're just going to go off of No Mercy right here. Bow Strike if you want to do that. Blasting Zone, I forgot to do that right there. You're going to always try to get Sonic Break in there, and now you're just going to continue that combo. Oh, but yeah, Burst Strike is there. Now you can just use it. Now, here's the point of all that. You could save that cartridge for Double Down, but once you use Double Down, it will be out of sync of Bloodfest. It will be out of sync of No Mercy. You know what I'm saying? So right now, Blasting Zone is out of sync because I didn't use it the right way. That's my bad. So Blasting Zone is out of sync. And I would have to wait, that's a loss of DPS, to get this back into sync with my combos. Why not just hold off on using the Burst Strike? Because holding off on the Burst Strike is loss of DPS. And even if you hold on to it just so that you can use Double Down will not be in line with Bloodfest, which is the whole part of your Burst Strike, or of your Burst combo. But Double Down, and you want Bloodfest to be on the same charge. You want to be able to use those two at the same time, because once you use Double Down, you're going to go into Bow Shock, Blasting Zone, and then you're going to go with Break. right? And No Mercy is still going. It's still going for like, you know, another 7 to 6 seconds, and then you go ahead and do Lionheart. That's a giant burst of damage because you have Double Down, which is being enhanced by No Mercy. It might be confusing because the intricate way of using Gunbreaker is like just press buttons, do a lot of DPS, press buttons, but it's actually much more sophisticated than that. What was the total potency for using bursting with continuation? So here's like the if scenario here. So say you save up your cartridges for Double Down, and instead of using Burst Strike, so you use Double Down, you do 1200 in potency, but you lose out on continuation until you get the cartridge back. So you use continuation after getting the cartridge back, but now it's outside of your No Mercy window. So you lose DPS using Double Down because it's kind of like interrupting the core combo of what Gunbreaker wants to do. So you would want to use Burst Strike instead to get that little bit of DPS, and then get the cartridge again to have continuation in order to line up with No Mercy. C is for using Burst Strike with continuation. That I can't really give you like a total number for, but I do know that it's higher if you use continuation rather than just using, because you're saying, yeah, total potency from using Burst Strike with continuation. Well, the total, if we're looking at that, and if I'm understanding you correctly, Burst Strike is like 660. So like, because here's hypervelocity, hypervelocity. So let's look at Burst Strike real quick. So where are you, Burst Strike? I'm blind. Give me a second. We're blind. Reign of Beasts, that's 800 on the spot there. Okay, there it is. So it's 460, and then you're looking at hypervelocity, which is 220. So that's like 4, so that's 680. Just trying to figure out the damage you get from that one cartridge. So you get 680. Remember, Double Down is still 1200, okay? But you have to go through 2 GCD combos to get it. So 680, then you Burst Strike. Burst Strike will always come up, by the way. So you do that 680, and then you do that again 680. But if you do like 2 Burst Strikes, that's basically 1360. So that's 1360 off of 2 GCDs, or you can hold off and just use a regular 1200 potency Double Down with no damage buff. So that's still a loss of DPS. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's a loss of DPS. It's a loss of DPS nonetheless. See, this is the reason why like Xeno was having a problem with Gunbreaker in the first place. Its abilities are misaligned if you don't know how to use it the right way, and a ton of Gunbreakers always misalign their ability. It always happens. Mistake. So yeah, Double Down is just a giant problem for Gunbreakers. Like, even if it's ready to be used, a proper Gunbreaker is not going to use it immediately. They're not going to save their cartridges to use it immediately. They're going to wait. They're going to wait to use it for Bloodfest. They're going to wait so it's aligned with No Mercy, so it can do more damage. But, and this is just being one of those like privileged tanks that are trying to tell you how to play the game. I'm a very privileged tank. Like, nonetheless, Gunbreaker is still the heaviest hitter in terms of tanks. It does the most damage, for sure. But it's annoying. It's very annoying. I've never been so impassioned talking about tanks than like this moment. What you really should know is what you need to prioritize as a Gunbreaker. Prioritize continuation. If you see that your continuation's on cooldown, go with Burst Strike. Even if Double Down is here and open, wait for it to line up with Bloodfest, so that you can go back into your Burst Strike or your Burst combo again with No Mercy, and including Double Down within that No Mercy. Yeah, it's very unforgiving. Because of just like how much you need to keep the combo intact and how much you need everything to stay aligned. And if you're off by like a couple seconds, it just throws everything off. That's why Gunbreaker is like, it's rewarding to see the high damage numbers, but at the same time, it's so annoying to keep with keeping everything aligned. Sometimes you just have to like do a Burst Strike just so that everything will come back aligned. You're like, oh, I can't use continuation, got to use a Burst Strike so that I can refill the cartridge again with my 1 2 3. Everything's back in the line. I lost a bit of DPS because of time. I can do my continuation with No Mercy and Blasting Zone. To be honest, I'd be more interested in being a true tank I care about wasn't in shit state. Okay, I mean, yeah, like, I like Dark Knight. It's still my favorite tank in the game because sentimental value, nostalgia. It's the second tank. Like, I used to be a Paladin main when ARR was out, but Dark Knight really just took over. You know, it got its own expansion in the form of Shadowbringers. It was fun during that time, but you started seeing the cracks in the wall during that time as well, especially since like they changed the visual drain to not be as effective anymore. They were like, oh, it's too powerful, it's kind of busted, and it was busted. It was busted. I'm not gonna lie. Visual drain was very busted, but it was very fun. The thing about Abyssal Drain that I think they should do, right? Abyssal Drain should have a lower recast time of like, if you hit more than like 3 people, the recast time would instead be like, instead of 60, it'll be like 10 seconds or something, or maybe even 15 seconds. Something to line up with maybe Bloodwetting. Right, so you use Abyssal Drain, and if it hits 3 or more people, let's make it, instead of 60 seconds, let's make it 25 seconds. Let's make it 20 seconds. Something to that nature. Because as far as I can tell you, in dungeons, newbie Dark Knight struggles, veteran Dark Knights are annoyed because like they have to throw in all the mitts a lot of the time. They have to throw their new ability on all the time, which is their XCOG, like all the time. Like, and this is 120 seconds, right? This is possibly one of the best things that happened to a Dark Knight with Shadow Vigil, but it's still situational, and you're going to use it no matter what. Bring Blood skill speed. Stormblood was your favorite. There's a reason why I even got an interest in teen. So yeah, healers also have problems with getting a Dark Knight. Yeah, well, okay. Dark Knight. Let's just be honest here. Dark Knight has a health problem. It has a health problem. That health problem is that it can't restore its own health properly. The only way it could do that is Abyssal Drain, and that's on 60 seconds. Now, you could say, but what about Soul Eater? Soul Eater is only a 300 potency. Like, if this was like 600 potency, it'd be fine. It would probably regulate itself out a lot better. but 300 potency is way low. It's like for typical tanks, but Dark Knight isn't a typical tank. It's underperforming in terms of mitigation, in terms of like Dark Mind and Dark Missionary. I have them both together, by the way, so that you know I know what I see. They're both relative in terms of like Dark Mind and Dark Missionary. They both have like similar art on it, so it's kind of funny that way. But I usually do not go into 0 here. That's my button regulation for Dark Mind and Dark Missionary. I will use Dark Missionary if I know it's a magical AoE. I will most likely forget Dark Mind exists. That's only because I have Rampart, Shadow Vigil, Ablation, and the Blackest Night. Now, what you should do when you're getting single hit with a magical attack, it's supposed to be like, because this is a GCD, like you're supposed to be like blam blam blam, right? You're supposed to use the Blackest Night with Oblation all the time. Apparently, you're supposed to use the because look at Oblation. 60 seconds is 2 charge. They give you 2 charges, and it gives you 10% damage reduction. But then if it's a magic attack, you get 20% reduction of magic vulnerability, which is supposed to help with magic attacks. The problem is that now you get physical and magical attacks. Like Dark Knight would probably do well in M4 Savage, but M1 Savage, probably not. M2 Savage, probably not. M3 Savage, probably not. 4 Savage, probably. Mind you, I'm saying that a healer main myself, I understand sitting a Dark Knight is.
Man, I've been saying that since the rework in SHB and PPL kept telling me no it's not.
Yeah, I set that. I'm gonna reset that. The problem here that I see.
Oh, there's TDS back from its break XD.
Yeah, it does that all the time now. It just goes on break. It just goes on lunch every like 10 minutes. The problem, like the solution that I see here is like, first of all, if you're going to use Carve and Spit, that should restore your health.
M2S is kind of both physical and magic raid wides.
It is. I will admit, M2 normal is magical and physical, but because it has also physical raid wides and everything like that, you're still probably going to prefer having a warrior or a paladin in your party rather than a Dark Knight or a Gunbreaker. And even Gunbreaker can be viable, because Gunbreaker has harder Corundum. So I'm just saying, like, it's like a no-brainer. What 2 tanks are you going to take into Savage? It's not going to be Dark Knight. So I mean, I'm just saying, you don't want a situational ability. You want an ability that you know is going to work.
The main issue with Dark Missionary is that Shields basically does its job on top of protecting from physical.
The problem with Dark Missionary is that it's obsolete. It's an obsolete ability with an obsolete element to it, which is that it's only magic. It's only magic. This is the same thing with Heart of Light for Gunbreakers. People seem to
think... It's the same with Heart of Light.
Yeah, I just said that. Heart of Light is the same thing. Obsolete. You don't need Heart of Light. You don't need Heart of Light. And you definitely don't want to bring a Gunbreaker into a physical-based boss fight. So, but like I said, at the very least, harder Corundum.
Both need to be changed to just reduce all damage by 10%.
Exactly. I think, however, Dark Missionary should also have a shield on them. I think, like, if you're not going to put a shield...
I mean, hell, even Feint and Adel got a smaller reduction to the other DMG type added because single type reductions is obsolete in the current state of the game.
Right. They should have upgraded Dark Missionary a long time ago. They should have. This should have a shield on top of just damage reduction. This should have... not reduce magic vulnerability. This should probably just be added, like this should be changed or deleted, and Oblation should just be added to the Blackest Night. The Blackest Night should be, in terms of how to use it and how to activate it, you should take it out of MP. You should put it into its own gauge. give it a counter. 1, 2, 3. Give it 3. Give it 3 and give it a 60-second cooldown. Or give it 2 and give it a 30-second cooldown.
And yeah, 100% agree at this point. Heart of Light and Dark Missionary needs to be overall DMG reduction.
Like, if you're going to do anything, because like you have Paladin that has 2 AoEs, Passage of Arm and Divine Veil. And Divine Veil used to suck because you needed to heal the Paladin in order to have that shield go off on everybody, and that was stupid. But what they were thinking was, oh yeah, the healer's going to notice that. No. No. Like, people, Japan had macros for Divine Veil back in the day saying, hey, Divine Veil's up, and then the healer would just do like simple cure and then have the shield go up, which, I mean, that was kind of funny. That was kind of fun. But then they were just like, you know what, screw that, we're just gonna have Divine Veil be something you can activate. And Divine Veil is so much better. It's so much, it's not as good as Shake It Off, but it's so much better than Dark Missionary and Heart of Light. It doesn't make sense. Look at this. Look at this.
Old Divine Veil was basically the one time where Clemency was used outside of shit going south scenarios, lol.
Yeah. Divine Veil Clemency and have the shield pop off.
Disagree with Baking Ablation with TBN.
Disagree with that? I mean, yeah, give me your reason. I'm all for hearing it. So, like, look at Divine Veil. Creates a barrier around yourself and everybody else equivalent to 10% of your max health. That's crazy. And then it restores target health, and it also gives you 400 potency. That's crazy, right? And that's just Divine Veil.
In my case, I always felt like Ablation was a joke of a CD. I will never miss old Divine Veil. And still, Shake It Off is better.
Shake It Off is better, yeah, you're absolutely correct, because it has a much stronger barrier. Like, it's like an overhealth on you from Shake It Off, and it's great.
Shake It Off is busted, lol.
It is kind of busted, but Divine Veil works, you know, it works just as fine too. It works just as well. You get a shield equivalent to 10% of your health. It restores the target HP by 400.
On top of giving a big shield, it gives a Regan.
Does, right? Crazy. I think Divine Veil should put like the effective healing efficiency on everybody to be upped up. And look at this, Passage of Arms. Increased block rate by 100%, creates a designated area, a cone behind you. Party members will only suffer 85% of all damage inflicted, which aka means 15% is taken away.
I can fit in a leveling roulette.
So like 15% is basically taken away from everybody.
Just a tad weak, but good coverage when holding bigger mitts for big tank busters. I can agree to that. Giving healing up to Veil would be nice.
It's decent, just a tad weak, but coverage when big tank busters. You mean Oblation? Here's my reasoning why I think Oblation and TBN should be put together. Oblation looks like an ability that should have just been part of the upgrade of TBN in the first place. TBN is just a shield that absorbs 25% of the target's maximum health.
I understand that Veil has a straight heal tied to it, but considering when PPL
the thing about
use
the
it, TBN makes it a bit meh.
Is that this is basically a relic of its past, because that TBN is not as effective as it is anymore. It's a 7-second duration, which some enemies like to take their damn time using certain abilities, but if you know someone's going to get hit by TBN, yeah, sure, throw it on them and get that, you know, free damage for sure. But all it is a 25% health or absorption. It's a barrier. That's it, of 25%. There is no damage reduction to it. There's nothing like that. Especially seeing how it's only 7 seconds. I think what you're looking at for the cost of your own resources, which is 30 MP, you should have more coming with it. It should have had an upgrade. I believe Oblation was that upgrade. So, like, think of it this way. You hit, like, level 88, right? TBN gets an upgrade, has the effects of Oblation, has a 10% reduction in damage. That already makes TBN a little bit more worth using on somebody else, especially on yourself, but you get to do a 10% reduction. Compare TBN to something like Intervene, which doesn't use magic, but instead uses your gauge, which is piss easy to build up, by the way. What do you get with intervention? You get reduction, right? 8 seconds. Increased damage reduction by additional 10% if you have Rampart or Guardian. So that's 20%. Grants Knight's Resolve to a target. Reduces damage taken by 30%. That's 4 seconds. So in the first 4 seconds, it's like 30%. The rest of that is 20%. Also grants Benediction, which is a gradual HP curative. So it has a regen. And that also is like 12 seconds, 250 potency. So you gain a regen, you gain 30 damage reduction for the first 4 seconds, and then for the rest is 20% of damage reduction. That's already better than TBN by a long shot, because it's just pure MIT. And any health you lose gradually comes back. Let's look at Nascent Flash. Nascent Flash. This one's busted, by the way, like absolutely busted. So they get they restore health by 400, and restores health with each weapon skill by 400. All right, and this is granted not only to yourself or to the person who you're giving it to, but you give it to yourself, because what happens here, Nascent Flash to self and Nascent Glint to the target party member. So you're also benefiting yourself a little bit. So you restore HP equaling 100% of the recovered by Nascent Flash. That's you, the one who's doing the damage. Cure potency of 400, but the damage is also reduced by 10%. So the person who has Nascent Glint gets a 10% damage reduction, and every time you're using your weapon skill, not just you who are gaining that 100% like restorative equal to, it's just 400 potency, basically. Just call it 400 potency. For 8 seconds, they have a damage reduction. Stem the flow to the target also gets another 10%, and that lasts for 4 seconds. So the first 4 seconds is a 20% reduction, plus they're still getting HP for every GCD hit. GCD, it's always a weapon skill hit, and it's all GCD. So but the thing is that warriors hit hard. So if they're using a weapon skill, they could be using Fell Cleave, they could be using Primal Rend, and when they're buffed with their abilities and you're using Inner Release, or maybe you're using Infuriate, which is always a 100%, basically it's like 100% crit damage. Yeah, it's like that's a lot of HP that you're getting back from Nascent Glint. That's just Nascent Glint. You're basically saving someone's life. And then grant Stem to tie to target, nullifying damage equivalent to a heal of 400 potency for 20 seconds. Let me say this again. Grant Stem to tie to target, nullifying damage equivalent to a heal of 400 potency. That duration is 20 seconds. That's more health. It's health that eventually drops off for the 20 seconds that you have, but on top of the other abilities, plus you're helping yourself, the warrior is also still gaining health on top of this, along with the person that they're sharing Nascent Flash with, which is the person who has Nascent Glint. That person is benefiting, the warrior is benefiting, they both gain. So this is better than TBN by a long shot. And last but not least, Heart of Corundum.
I don't believe so. Think the heal is static unless you use Infuriate attack, then it crits.
So let me read this again. Stores HP equaling to 100% of the recovered by Nascent Flash while also reducing damage taken. So
Warrior's heal can random crit.
So let me show you. And it's kind of like Bloodwetting. You got to remember, Nascent Flash and Bloodwetting have similar properties. They also go off the same cooldown. These two share the same cooldown. So let me show you. So say I'm doing this, and then I put on Nascent Bloodwetting. Look at how much health I'm getting. 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 Your health crits along with your crits. It's the same thing with Nascent Flash. They are getting those crit healths. In fact, let me go out into the field. I should probably go out into the field for this, so I can use my chocobo. Oh, I'm in combat.
Or guaranteed crit after Chaotic Cyclone and Inner Chaos.
Just pop. What? Change jobs? Is it because I'm...
Yeah, I meant if you use Heavy Swing vs Fell Cleave, both will heal the same.
Heavy swing versus fell cleave? So fell cleave is, or if you use heavy swing versus fell cleave. So fell cleave is wait, where's fell cleave? It's 580. What are you talking about? I mean, if you use heavy swing versus fell cleave, both will heal the same. I mean, we could bloodwetting and see what that means, because if you're going to use fell cleave, you're most likely going to use fell cleave like in or out of in or release, but during bloodwetting.
The heal potency docent scales with the attack potency. It's a flat heal.
So it's like, let me see. So let's do that. That's 15. It's 15-4. Okay. Oh no, I just got a fell cleave there and it was 223, so I don't know.
Crit will affect the healing though.
Yeah. Like giant hammer, by the way.
It was a crit.
Well, that's the thing. If you're going to use bloodwetting or even nascent flash, are you going to use it for heavy swing? Are you going to use it for regular fell cleave?
Infuriate with it is for the burst heal from the crit heal.
Or are you going to use anything that gives you that guaranteed 100% crit, like Primal Rend, or Infuriate, Fell Cleave, which I forgot the name of it, which is a 100% crit? No, you're not going to use Bloodwetting or Nascent Glit. Like when you throw that on somebody,
either Infuriate or Path.
Like you're going to want to have that crit damage so that you can have that. You're going to have that Inner Chaos. That's what it's called. Is it called Inner Chaos? I thought Inner. No, what's it called? Okay, yeah. No, you're right. I'm thinking of Chaotic Cyclone. But even with Chaotic Cyclone, that's still a lot of heals. Because you put Nascent Glint on somebody.
Inner Chaos is the attack from Infuriate yet.
Yeah, but like even so, you're healing like crazy with Inner Chaos. I don't know if Chaotic Cyclone will help through Nascent Glint. That I don't know. Even if like they just get like 1 HP out of that or something, or like one tap of HP from Chaotic Cyclone, you're gonna probably most likely want to use in cases
Chaotic Cyclone's heal is insane in mob packs.
Well,
you
it is
from 0 to 100.
It is insane,
but 9 times out of 10 you'll have to use flash when you can guarantee a crit. Believe they will heal from per hit.
Believe you heal from per hit because it works on warrior. This is the reason why warriors survive all the time. So it works on warrior with bloodwetting, and then you go into decimate / chaotic cyclone / primal rend.
Oh fuck, I have Aurum Veil.
Congratulations. So if that's the case, like, I want to know if Nascent Glint would work off of Chaotic Cyclone, if it works the same way, because it's let me see, if it says, with each weapon skill successfully delivered. I don't know if that means, like, weapon skill, or if it means, because it could be the same thing with Paladin.
It should work off of Cyclone yet.
Because if you look at like Paladin also does multiple hits when they go into their Confiteor combo, but they only get healed like 1 time per hit, even though they hit multiple.
Even just using overpower combo is decent heal.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to point out here is that Nascent Flash is better than TBN. That's what I'm trying to point out.
Yeah, the wording basically means per hit. Thank the 12. I think I have a decent party. Yeah, not disagreeing with that.
But like the whole point of me showing this is just to explain that I think this is just a conjecture. You can always say like, well, I disagree on that, and that's fine. I think Oblation was supposed to be upgrade to TBN to make it more effective, so that it has a damage reduction within it not just having a barrier for 25%, because damage reduction is still damage reduction. Damage reduction plus heal on top of that. Damage reduction plus heal on top of weapon skill. Damage reduction on top of, and I forgot to show this last time, Heart of Corundum. Or maybe I did show her, maybe I didn't. But on top of Heart of Corundum. What does Heart of Corundum do? Has damage reduction on it for 50%. When targeting, like if you have Brutal Shell, you get the properties of Brutal Shell. It creates a barrier equal to HP restored for 30 seconds. So they get the Brutal Shell effect for 30 seconds. Grants Clarity of Corundum to the target, so reduces damage taken by another 15 seconds. That's 30% for 4 seconds. And then it becomes 15 after 8. And then the last part, restores HP and HP fallen below 50%, so it has an XCOG on it. So when if it like, well, not really, because it doesn't really break, but an effect still goes off when a certain criteria is met. So 50%, like you could literally save somebody's life with it, and that's 900 cure potency. That may not be much to some people, but 900 cure potency, that's pretty good. And it lasts for 20 seconds. It lasts for 20 seconds. And I say it lasts for 20 seconds, even though I should point this out, but when 20 seconds go by, that 900% is guaranteed. That 20 seconds, after 20 seconds, that person gets that 900 potency. Better than TBN. Still better. Still better.
TBN is the weakest, and at the beginning, Ablation did feel like a joke, but that 10% does help and has kept you away from dying to autos.
The 10% is absolutely something that does help. I'm not gonna lie, it does help. The thing is at this point, what are we looking at here? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
TBN just needs
right?
a major change in itself.
It does. Oblation is, you know, a pretty good off GCD. I'm not even saying that Oblation is bad. I just think Oblation should have been combined with TBN. And they should just change or delete
I mean, yeah, the
Dark
10%,
Mind.
it's just that when you compare it to the other options, I just can't see it as anything else than a slap to the face.
Like,
Helps asterisk.
okay, they have Oblation. What does Paladin have? Paladin has Passage, Intervention. Like, Intervention is never on themselves. They have Divine Feel. They have Guardian, which is the best 40% in the game. It's the best one. Rampart, as always. Cover is useless, honestly. Nobody really uses cover anymore at all. Bulwark is a block, and block is a percentage. If you gotta also realize Paladin is the only tank that does a block and a parry, and it can both just be like bing bing, just like that. Like both goes off. But blocks are good. That's damage reduction on top of that.
No one uses cover. Stairs.
Yeah, no one uses cover. No one uses cover, Yui. If you're using cover, I don't know why.
And I feel like Ablation just needs a bit of a buff, maybe to 15% and add a blood price effect to it. Then I'm no one.
Then you're no one? Listen, I don't know why you would use cover other than like wanting to receive true damage for no reason.
I mean, a lot of high-end Paladin don't even have it on their bar LOL.
When you could just let the healer do their job and just like heal them or shield that person. Like, unless, I mean, okay. To be fair, cover is good for saving someone from a gigantic damage that you are very willing
healer.
to save set healer. That's probably because, you know, you're always playing with Toddy, so you're always covering her anyway.
Ablation getting at least a 5% buff
But
will help make it feel more
instead of just covering them, how about you just throw an intervention at them? Sure, you take all the damage that they were supposed to get, but then, you know, you're taking all the damage.
Not just Toddy.
Not just Toddy, you're still going to cover other people. The one problem I would have to say is that if you have to cover somebody for any reason...
Because intervention doesn't always help.
Doesn't always help? I think intervention always helps. Like it just pops off as soon as it goes on. It pops off with its effects. And cover, it's a take damage intended for another party as long as said member remains in 10 yalms. That's the first thing that I have to say. They have to be a little bit close to you. The second thing is that it's true damage that you're covering. So no matter how mitigated they are, you're taking that true damage that was meant for them. So and I'm telling the truth when I say that people usually take off cover. They take cover right off and they put it somewhere else, or they forget about it. So I don't know what to tell you, Yui. I don't see a lot of paladins. If not, I haven't seen a single paladin in years cover anyone that I've been in with a party with on purpose. Because they would usually throw on just an intervention, or it's usually a raid wide, so they just use a divine veil. I think what they should do is, instead of just saying I'm going to take all the damage with cover, put like a some sort of damage reduction on it. So you're covering, but it's not like you're going to go over, like anybody who is a paladin or anybody like that in any video game, when they cover somebody, they have damage reduction already on the person who's covering. So it's like, hey, I'm gonna cover for you. I got hit, but I still have damage reduction from that hit you took. Why does it have to be true damage?
Why they removed the trait for cover, TBH?
I don't know. They said it was being cheesed, but at the same time, it's like it was good cheese. I don't know why they did that. Not to mention, Paladin already has like some of the best utility. It has 2 stuns. It has the best mitigation in the game in terms of 40%. It has 2 different AoEs or AoE mitigations that can be used in any situation. They have a heal that they can use themselves whenever they want. Their abilities in terms of magic doesn't even cost that much, like 2,000, 1,000, 1,000, and they even have an ability that gives them their MP back. Well, no, this is just HP. Okay, cool, but they have the goal to have an ability that gives them their AP back or MP back. Right. I said that, and it's
With
actually fairly strong.
The 20% DMG reduction was kinda justified. It was RLY dumb to remove it when we still have invuln that makes a lot of matches completely irrelevant.
TLDR, clemency is a valid skill. Winky face.
Yes, it is. Clemency is a valid skill. Not to mention, did they take out the trait for cover if you went hollow ground and then you covered, but that damage still goes through anyway? So like, it's such a weird ability. So I don't know. I don't use cover. I just don't use cover. That's a lot of the time. It's because during dungeons, the person who I'm targeting, I have to really stay close with, and we're always usually spreading out when we have to. So I'm not always covering them. And even if they do get hit by an AoE, they can just get healed by the healer or divine veil. So it's just like there's no real situation for me to use cover. I just don't have one. But you know, that's something we'll just have to, you know, learn to agree to disagree with.
Honestly, at this point I feel like they keep cover just because it's a staple of the PLD's kit in older games.
They should really allow cover to coincide with the MIT that the paladin is using. So if the paladin used their 40% and they put cover on, they should be able to tank the damage that is also for the person who they're covering. They should also extend the range of cover from 10 yalms to like maybe like 20 or 30 yalms. And it should be that way. Like, they said it was busted. They didn't want people to use cover to squeak their way through what's supposed to be difficult fights. But the point of cover in the beginning was kind of that, you know? It was that emergency, if you know how to use it, use cover, tank all that damage, hollow ground, 2 people are still alive, which is usually the tank and the healer. The healer does LB3 and everybody's back.
Kinda weird it never got a range increase when they changed so many skills to make them easier to use.
Yeah, I think they were just afraid that players were going to cheese it again. But then you have the warrior. And the warrior is just cheese. So, like, come on. It's brainless cheese. So I don't know. I don't know. Is it dark and it's only like 550? Jeez.
Afraid PPL would use cover for cheese meanwhile home gang.
I'm not sure if I'm going to be playing stream. Probably play it. Do like some of my homework, but I did achieve what I wanted to do, which was get my white mage up to 90. I have to work on Dancer. I'm not very fond of Dancer. Not because I hate it, I just don't vibe with it. And that's my fault. I don't vibe with it, so. I don't even know if getting the Crypt Lurker stuff is even worth it. 520. I have the augmented Crypt Lurker. I think it's just worth keeping it until I need to get its level 90 gear. So, and you know how it is. All right, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. So stay tuned. Screen. Yes, I do. Be right back, y'all. All right. What was I talking about? Okay. Have my water. Woo! I'll play Monster Hunter though. I should turn some things around. Thing is that I was hoping we would be able to like fight like actual like bigger monsters. I think there's like only
Alright, I should start doing PvP a bit more now for the ranks.
Yeah, I should do that too.
The Monster Hunter beta does have a strong monster, it's just an infrequent spawn.
Oh.
It's the Ray DAU monster that me and Ryth were talking about last time.
Doesn't have strong monsters, just an infrequent spawn? Okay. I mean, nonetheless, I'm probably going to get ready for 25. I guess the beta is more or less like, how does the I got water. All right, on that note, it would seem that if anyone is out there who's going to try Dragon Age Vanguard, good luck. I say, go ahead. Buy the game. Gonna discourage anybody from getting it? It's not my place.
Nope. Meh, not RLY the kind of game that's for me TBH. Just gonna wait till it's like $10 on Steam.
I'm even gonna be mean. Not gonna sit there and act like I know better. But good luck.
You can't even pay me to play that.
Like, what I've heard, from what I've seen, gameplay is fine. A little slow for my taste, but it's fine.
I'd rather just boot up Neo and do another playthrough than play Veilguard LOL.
As I said, the gameplay is fine. I think the gameplay is fine. The narrative and the story, whoever wrote the story, not professionals. Just hearing a lot of the people, like outside the you know, the controversial conversations.
I would rather complete all the other ones than play even 1 minute of Veilguard.
Some of it just doesn't seem like it makes too much of like a narrative, like it just feels as though that whoever wrote it did not have just don't know how to write on a professional base. If you're going to write something for Dragon Age, this place looks lovely, by the way. I love it. I'm going to climb it now. I'm climbing your house.
The gameplay is fine TBH. I just think that the game being a Dragon Age is kinda weird cause it doesn't feel like the others at all.
It definitely doesn't. Have the same have it or FC house. Look at it. But he spawns and they're like, "What are you doing on top of my house?" Ah! Gameplay is fine. I'll say that the gameplay is supposed to, which, yeah, I don't mind. Ow. I think the biggest problem is that a lot of people to look at this game and are only going to see the negative aspects of it, which the negative
might have been received a bit better if it wasn't tied to the Dragon Age IP.
That too, but like the negative and Sweet Baby Inc. But like the negative aspects that kept coming out is like they forefront the conversations where it has, like, you know, the agenda filled idealism that nobody really is agreeable with. So they front page that and thinking that, you know, and this is not them, right? This is definitely people on the internet. They're front paging that. Now let's look outside of that. Do you have to go through, like, I remember Asmongold says he's like, "Oh, I can't select any other option." Meanwhile, the back button was there. So he's like, I don't want to.
Honestly, the whole Veilguard thing reminds me of Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolt LOL.
Banjo Nuts and Bolts.
You can use channel
For
points
sure.
for audio alerts.
I
have fun.
Do not like Banjo Nuts and Bolts, but there is still a skeleton of a game there at the. They at least kept some of the heart of it. What I mean by some of the heart, I mean, you know, people, they kept the characters and all that stuff. I don't know why they decided it was a good idea to just change Humba Wumba. She wasn't really so Humba Wumba. Wait, let me see something. I'm thinking of.
Nuts and Bolts was enjoyable, but yet if it wasn't tied to the Banjo IP, it probably wouldn't have received nearly as much hate as it did.
Never mind. Humba Wumba is definitely still the same Humba Wumba that everybody was Humba Wumbing. Okay, just to let you guys know, Humba Wumba is her namesake. She is exactly her namesake. She's some Indian witch, like Native American, I should say. She's a Native American in Banjo-Tooie. Was the person who transformed Banjo-Tooie or Banjo and Kazooie, because Mumbo was now out in the field helping you. And Nuts and Bolts, and by the way, she had huge assets. Let's just say that she had huge assets, and you know that was part of the joke. Her namesake, like you know how people go Humba Wumba, ho, 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 ho. That was part of the joke of her name. So in Nuts and Bolts, you would think that because it's, you know, modernized by Microsoft, nah, they just made her namesake again. Like, she didn't have huge assets this time, but she certainly was something great to look at. Yeah, let me show you. It's absolutely stupid. There you go. That is Humba Wumba. So she first looked like this. You see the assets, and then change that. Sorry. Then she looks like this. Yeah. She had a glow up, to say the least. Not Banjo, though. Banjo didn't really have a glow up. I don't know what... Like, whoever thought this was a good idea, they were on something.
I mean, they knew what they were doing. XD.
Absolutely.
The time Banjo got a glow up is when he was added to Smash, LOL.
Absolutely, I agree. He got the best glow up in Smash. The best glow up.
His model from Smash was great.
Okay, while we're waiting for this to pop, I want to show you guys something. Start the...
Good OLDPSQs.
I was working on a scene, and I decided to make this scene whenever, if ever I do like a Pokemon stream. Look at that. Looks crazy, right?
Kinda neat.
I still haven't beaten Pikachu. I think I can. Pikachu's too strong. I really need to work on this deck. Maybe I'll take... No, the Marowak is actually... It's the Onyx that I think that gets in the way. I need another Marowak EX. I have one Machamp EX. I got another Machamp. Red card. Sabrina. Professor Oak. It's like really hard to beat this deck in particular. Because Pikachu is one of the strongest cards in the game. Against fighting. And I don't think I have Golem. I don't have Golem yet.
BTW, speaking of the videos earlier, how are those coming along?
I'm still in the midst of getting all the footage, so I gotta work on that. What? No. Let's make an attempt. I can't. I don't know how to beat this Pikachu. I go first. Oh my gosh, we're starting out with a Cubo. Let's go.
Fair enough, mainly asking cause I'm looking forward to seeing it since I'm interested in the tank talk, tongue sticking out.
Oh yeah, the tank talk? Wait, okay, no, the tank talk is gonna be a... Is he gonna tell whip me? You got Pikachu. There it is. He'll probably switch it out sooner or later. Yeah, he's gonna switch it out. Yep. Switched it out. Pikachu has 90. Jeez, it has 90 already. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm gonna Air Whack. I'm gonna Professor Oak. Sabrina. Oh man, I got a Machop. This is not good. This isn't good. Only because Pikachu now does 90 damage right now. It's more. That's
Gotta
half.
get ready for bed. Catch ya later, Sync.
All right, cool.
And hit me up if you need a sub for Sunday.
Word. Let's do a Machoke. And we need a backup Cubone.
And later, chat.
I'm going to Sabrina.
Probably will try to go ahead and do it at least these weeks since you offered. Tongue sticking out.
Oh, yeah, go for it, man.
And yeah, later, Cole.
Of course. Gonna do a switch out. Oh, he's not doing a switch out. I should do a switch out. Doing a switch out. Pokeball. Let's get another Marowak in there. Another Machop. Okay, word. I'm gonna build up Machamp so I can just one hit. %, or just 40? Okay. So what I'm using Onyx as like a meat shield right now. Stone Shield, maybe? Oh, I don't have any more cards. I literally went through all of my Pokemon cards. Oh, he has Electros. Well, that's great. Alright, so what I'm gonna do here... I'm gonna build up... We're not gonna use Marowak at all. Marowak has done his job. 1 point. Geo. Gonna do. Get Sabrina. We want to get rid of. So that is what we're going to do. Oh yeah, let me... Energy. Duh. Hopefully another Marowak will show up. It's fine. Will not put Pikachu back in there, obviously. Probably do Thunder Spear. How much does Thunder Spear do? It's 30? Yeah, just regular 30. Yarg! A potion! Yarg, I had a Machoke in my hand. Ahahaha. You know what? Get Pikachu back in here. Oh no Pikachu? Oh, okay. Well, I mean, yeah, he already knew he was done. Okay, we're done. Okay. This is good. So the Mewtwo deck is next. Okay. Well, that's that for that. Yeah, I'm probably gonna like pop in with some Pokemon every now and then so that I'm not bored waiting for a queue. Actually, let me listen to this.
I mean, always need to have something to keep yourself busy with while you're in queue.
Yeah, why not a free card game? I was gonna say gotcha, but it's not a gotcha. But like, isn't it the same? Isn't like searching for the specific card basically a gotcha? Like Sorry, I got handed dinner. I'm just gonna go through the Sonic Elite soundtrack. I wonder, Monster Hunter? I chose Charge Blade. But is it really that hard to use? I used to be like a great sword main. I'm looking at Hammer, and Hammer is ridiculous too.
It's not that hard to use at a decent LVL. It's if you want to RLY master it that it's extremely technical.
It's extremely
Hammer is very simple, LOL. Just need to learn your pacing for the most part. And get used to your hum inadequate range XD.
I should probably use Sword and Shield as well. gun lance. There's like not many tank like.
Sword and shield is super fun even though PPL say it's a basic weapon. I just have to learn it more. Well, pretty much any weapon that has a shield can be used as a tank weapon.
No, never mind. Trying to figure out, I was like, wait. Is the sword?
Though the two main ones would be the lance and gun lance being a more offensive tank weapon.
Lance and a gun link? Okay. That makes sense.
Bow was easy enough and I'll use that for party play.
Just stay in the background. Hey, I love the charge blade. Only because it's just like the reward.
Lance gets huge benefits from counter-attacking though, which can be interesting for PPL that want that type of gameplay, at least if they kept that playstyle from Rise. Not even. I'll just be close and pop 6+ wounds in one shot.
Don't think that's the point of the bow.
Nope, but it's hella fun. Yeah, I feel like coordinating multiple wound shot when you get a mount might be super good.
How long does this
Also,
queue
bow
take?
can be used close ranged. You have the mobility for that playstyle to be good. It's DPS life queue. That's why I level trust LOL.
I should be leveling my crafters. Or playing more Pokemon.
Ah yes, choice is always fun to have to deal with those LOL. I just have to practice aiming a lot in Mage.
Yeah, seems like most weapons that's the case. Trying to look at the enemy, I'm like, I got my charge up, here comes my amp, and then it's just like it misses because I'm looking in the wrong direction. Damn it. I do like the focus attacks though. I was finally able to figure out how to pull this buzzsaw out. Oh my god, it does a lot of damage. Like, oof. It was actually pretty fun. Crazy is that Machinist is at the bottom of the deep right now. Oh wait, Cool says that excuse me, I'm sorry. Cool said that the let me check FF logs. Said that right. And when I say they're at the top, I said that the Dark Knight. Let me see. Oh my god, are you kidding? Are you kidding? What happened? What happened? What happened? Did I miss something here? What did I miss? What the... Oh, wait. Are you kidding me? What? Okay, that's RDPS. That's ADPS. What happened? What happened? Samurai is back at the top, apparently. But Ninja apparently is the top of our DPS? What the fuck happened? What the hell happened? Yo, what the heck happened? What happened? What happened? Did they like shadow buff the Dark Knight? What happened? What happened? I don't know what happened. They're try-harding on the Dark Knight? Maybe. Oh my gosh, I'm missing everything. Need a moment. Okay. What? Excuse me. I went silent there because I had to relearn Dancer on the fly. Okay. Oh! I don't know how. Why he's asking that? Oh. There we go. I'm starting to get it down. I'm starting to get it down. I'm starting to get it down. Okay. Okay, I think I got it. Okay, here we go. I used to do a lot more. I swear. Okay. Because I'm just DP. 7 o'clock. Some of that work. Have to go in tube mode. To do with Dancer. Is there anything new with Dancer? No? Oh. Oh. That's still pretty good. Improvisation. Dance to the beat of the rhythm of your own drum. Stack increases every 3 seconds up to a maximum of 4. Healing over time for self members of the party. So that's what it does. But what does it do? Rising rhythm. Create a barrier around south and all. Damage absorbed increases with stack. So, okay. Let's see. Okay. Alright, I get it. Okay, this is improvised finish, huh? Can only be executed while improvisation. One stack. 2 stack. 3 stack. 4 stack. Oh, okay. It's up to 4 stack, and then I have to let it out. Okay. That's a little odd. Alright.
What did I miss? So much for PPL saying Nin is suffering right now in DMG LOL. Might be because PPL are getting more gear. Sounds like maybe PPL are tryharding with DRK. Hope it's not PPL trying to say that DRK is actually fine when it RLY isn't.
Oh no, the damage. Okay, so that's from long ago. Turns out Dark Knight is now at the top of RDPs and ADPs. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening. They went right back to the top. Did we get a patch or something?
Not as far as I know.
see.
Wait, Dark Knight is doing the most damage out of all the tanks?
Yes.
PogChamp.
Somehow, some way. Let's see, 7.4. Wait, let me see this. Yeah, okay, so I missed this.
Though TBH doesn't mean much if that DMG is in exchange for making the run more annoying.
Apparently, Dark Knight got a buff to their attacks, to the... See? Which is okay. Especially Disesteem. Now just like just does 1,000. Also, I learned that dancers... Improvisation. 1, 2, 3, 4. We have nullifying damage. That takes too long to do. That takes way too long. Oh, dude. Just listening to some like hot Sonic music. What is okay? I have to know what happened.
Yeah, improv is a skill that just isn't really usable for the most part.
Like, I don't understand how like where would improvisation, like, okay, maybe when a big attack's about to come out, like Valley or something like that, but though how slow those stacks come in, it's like DPS loss for the dancers. So now I get it. I get why why they have such low DPS. Did Dark Knight get like a shadow buff or something?
You lose too much while trying to use it, which makes it unpractical.
What has happened? Okay. Check. Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da. Da-da. Check something here. Oh no! A spreadsheet opened up. Numbers. That's not what I'm looking for. Okay. How to data. Data. Anybody remember how to do that? The actual data plugs? Jeez. How many times did they kill this guy? Oh, they had some deaths. That's funny. I guess those were all resets. How? How do I get it? It's a Japanese team, by the way. CSV. To get F. Well, I don't know. I'm gonna head out. I'm gonna see if I can get that stuff. I'm gonna figure this out.